Better late than never. Let me make sure I have all this set up correctly and close enough. And let's get this all up and running. I should have gotten this done like 45 minutes ago, but that's not how the cookie crumbles. Okay, so I have the Pico still running. It's 74 degrees. Yeah, let me get that more on the screen. Maybe a little more. Oh, that reminds me, I need to charge my watch because, let's see, I'm at 14%. Oh, that's really bright. And I have the charger around here somewhere. Okay, let that charge. I don't know how many people are actually watching this. If you are, go ahead and say something in the chat while I get set up. Yeah, so this was supposed to start at 11:30. It's now 12:19. So, yeah, like I said, 45 minutes. Did not expect to be out this late. Hope everyone is having a good Labor Day. And I need to get things straightened out. Okay, I got the terminal set up. What is this set up to? Oh, I have the terminal set up twice. Okay, let me fix this. This should be Chrome if I recall. So now, yep, I have Chrome, and this was probably the description for this live stream. Yeah. Okay, I need to select the color somehow. Close without saving. Sure, I'll go with that. Okay, let's see. Do I have everybody? Yep, okay. Sorry about that. Be right back. Okay, I am set. I have my adult beverage. I have my water. And I have string cheese, because last time I was eating some cereal and that must have been annoying with me crunching in your ears. Did I not set up? Okay, I set up closed caption. I think I set up everything. If anyone is in the chat, please let me know. And from the description, you can see that I am going to be working with, okay, it's actually not a Nano, this is a Arduino Mini. The Nano is actually a little bigger, but I'm going to go with the Mini. I'm still caught up with stuff. Do not need my headphones. I already checked all the audio. And I am going to be soldering pins onto, nope, not this board. This board is not the board I was going to solder on. This thing, that's what I'm soldering onto. So let me make some room. Okay, well, let me catch my breath for a minute while I figure this out. So this is, that's the Pico. That was different boards. Let me see if I can. I'll pull up. KN3B should be what I should be looking for. KN3B. And drum roll, please. Nope, it's not a keyboard. It's not a magnetic. It's not a fluted. Okay. I guess I will go with the skew. See what that comes up with. 4, 2, 2, 2, 5, 3. And survey says, oh, it's still the same price too. Okay, 16 megahertz clock, 32K of flash, 2K of DRAM, 18 mega microcontroller, and I forgot to change out the garbage bag in my office. So, there's that. First things first. Let's do an update, which I should have done before the live stream, because I am not going to reboot. Oh yeah, it looks like there were. No, everything's up to date. Outstanding. Outstanding. I think that's how you spell Arduino. Alright, I think I'm just going to be installing Arduino. Yeah, I don't need any of that, I don't think. Debian Junior Programming? No. KiCad templates? No. Mosquito? No. No. How is this come up with Arduino? As far as I know, it has nothing to do with Arduino. Okay. That should be it. 100 megs, space needed 400, 500 megs. Yeah, I have 10 gigs available. Let's go with it. Okay, and okay, I don't think I'm going to use the Nano because it doesn't have a USB port and I don't feel like trying to wire something together. So, how about Uno? An Arduino Uno, which has that connector. I don't know if I have one of those up here in my office. And this is just too bulky for what I wanted to do. What else do I have? Okay, yes, I do have a Nano. And it has the USB mini micro. Okay, outstanding. Okay, I think I'm going to, let's see. And screen capture, is that what I wanted? No, that's not what we... Yeah, I wanted screen capture. Screen capture. Call that one Nano, and so share. Okay. Not sure where that put that. So get rid of that. So we have this thing. And this is where I ran into a problem, I think on a previous live stream and then on a video that came out last week, was that I did not have access to the Arduino dial-up group, but I've already fixed this, I think. But I'm going to add it anyway, so let's see. Hit add. hit add. It's asking for my password. And let's see, does the Arduino open up? Okay, loads with a generic sketch. We try to fix this onto the screen, and I will nope, not that one. Maybe? Did I just lose what I was doing? Okay, how does this look on the screen? Okay, that's not great. Okay, where'd that throw that? Okay, this is the old one, so I want to remove that. Sure, I'll remove that. And this goes down there. Okay. So from here, we are going to start off with disconnecting this project. And oh yeah, I have the temperature probe connected. So this is going to go with the other temperature probe off screen. I'm going to turn on my soldering iron. Screen capture, image, where is video capture? Okay, make that bigger. Oh, I have a filter on that. And I will remove that filter. Sure, I'll remove that. Okay, now you can see most of my desk. And I think was this the block? Will this be enough? Yes, it should be. I'm gonna go with blue. Whatever it's called. Okay, let's close this. Oh, this is not where I wanted that to be. Video capture. Yep, I made that too big. Oh yeah, this is way too big. As I resize stuff live. Okay, yep, that should go there. Yeah, close enough. Okay. Now, how many of these pins? Okay, that's enough? Just make sure this is right. This looks right. Okay, so this means I should break it off right there. It's not like I don't have more pins if I screw this up. Okay. I may not need to. Yeah, these are wiggling around way too much. Yeah, well, I guess I will put it in the board. I think I have a better idea. Okay, I'll use this as a spacer. Use that as a spacer. Okay. Yeah, so the pins will still extrude out. Where did I put the solder? I thought I left it on the desk. That I didn't. And we are back to playing where the hell did I put the solder? I don't think I put it in this drawer. Oh, that's where I put it. I put it on the desk and then it fell off and I never picked it up. Because why would I do that? That's just like crazy talk. Okay, we need some flux. Get some into the pen. And then across all the leads. Okay, so the flux, putting in the flux actually got all these all off. That's probably what happened last time. Is I pressed too hard with the flux in the wrong spot. So when I did the pico, that's what happened. You need to be more careful with the flux. It seems to have flux core here. This is, let me see if I can tell. 450. Use hot water. 60-40. Okay. Okay, that's a blob. I'm gonna have to probably remove some of that. Oh yeah, this is just making giant solder bridges. Because this solder is just too thick. Yeah, this is just gonna make it just bounces off. Yeah, that's fun. Really wish I knew where the thinner solder was. I didn't have a lot of it. But this really is too thick for this. Yeah, it's just making giant solder bridges. And this is way too hot too. I think that's part of the issue. Is I was playing around with this and I cranked it up too high. need to go back and look at the other live stream and see what size solder I was using. Yeah, this is horrible. Yeah, this is one giant solder bridge. Really wish I knew what I did with it. Go ahead and clean off this. Nothing is working out. I should have not planned this live stream. I should have just let it taken the time and plan this out. I'm really surprised this isn't wicking. Usually it wicks pretty good. Got some of it that time. I'm trying to soak this into the copper. And it's not working. Why isn't it working? Cut that off. Deal with this giant blob. Soaking it up, and got a good portion of it. If anyone has any questions in the chat, let me know. And yeah, probably shouldn't have scheduled this for near midnight. I should have scheduled this for probably in the morning. Probably right after I had breakfast. But still need to get my car fixed. I still need to get a hold of the mechanic. Change that belt out. That reminds me, I need to double check to make sure the parts are being delivered tomorrow and not next Monday, because yeah, that popped into my head before. Amazon has package pickup. Oh, locations. Yeah. Well, it's like I haven't ordered anything from Amazon. Okay. Check the order status. Okay. Fuck. Yeah. It's not being delivered on Monday, September 1st. It's being delivered on September 8th. So I need to order a new belt to be delivered tomorrow. Or I'll deal with that after. Yeah, I didn't pay attention when it said it was being delivered on the 8th. Good thing I double checked that, because that would have been bad. And of course it told me when I checked out, but it never said it in the email, which is more of what I read. And I actually paid extra to have it delivered. Okay, it's getting warm. This should be soaking up unless... Soak it up, soak it up, soak it up. To come out in the plastic. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get this corrected tonight. Or the soldering corrected tonight. Definitely won't get the parts delivered tonight. Or the part delivery corrected tonight. I don't even know how much. The main thing I need is I need the serpentine belt. That is the main thing I need. Everything else is hopefully I don't need immediately, but the serpentine belt I need. It's like 8 times as much if I go to AutoZone or Advanced Auto. I think those are the two that are near me. Of course, Pep Boys doesn't do parts anymore. They are a repair and hire location. Which that would have been great because there is a Pep Boys not far from me, and But you do what you have to do. Okay. And if you're enjoying this content, go ahead and like the video. I don't know why soldering irons are designed this way. Like, why can't you be holding, well, you can't hold it on these there because you'll just melt your hand. But, let me grab a pen. You hold a pen like this. Ooh, that's one. You hold a pen like this so you can get like right there. But you hold a soldering iron like up here. If I held a pen up here, I wouldn't be able to write, so you lose some control. Someone made it's like, it was almost like an instant hot tip only pen soldering iron. I believe it was even wireless. And it would just be like, you hit the button, it got hot, and you soldered, and it was instant cold. I can't remember who sold it. I think I had one person that had bought it, or I knew one person who had bought it, and I think they had mixed feelings on it. I don't know if it would do stuff like the desoldering here, because I don't know if it would stay hot that long. So everything would get wicked up into the braid. And this isn't this. That was the other thing. The thinner solder wicked very well. This, I don't know if it's because it has the flux core, so there's extra flux, so it's not, the solder's not going into the braid. The braid is definitely getting hot. I can feel that. Maybe if I put flux on the braid itself. Plus I need to find the rest of this. I bought like, I want to say 8 rolls of this when, I think when Radio Shack was going out of business. Actually, I think Radio Shack was in business and they had a sale. I miss Radio Shack. Micro Center does have a lot of what Radio Shack had, but like, I could probably have walked to 2 Radio Shacks that were by me. They wouldn't have been easy walks, like not like around the corner, but both within, I want to say, 2 miles. Actually, both areas I've walked to recently, both shopping centers, or one it was in a shopping center. Oddly enough, I think that Radio Shack became a a GameStop, which GameStops are starting to close now. Yeah. One of the locations by me that used to be a GameStop is with a mobile blood location a couple times a week. A couple times a year. But I think something might be moving in there because there was a blood drive that was scheduled for the end of September. And last time I checked, it was no longer scheduled. So that had happened at another location last year, where the location that they were supposed to have, a tenant moved in within a couple months of when the blood drive was supposed to be, which leads me to believe that the blood drive was canceled because the tenant signed the lease, so that space was no longer available. So I think when they do the mobile blood drives, it's like the space is donated to them, but conditionally that if someone actually is going to pay rent, then the donation is void or voided. Yeah. Yeah, probably voided is probably the better terminology. But English is screwy. Especially at 1 in the morning. Anyone watching, go ahead, let me know what time it is by where you are. And if you're watching this after the live stream is over, thank you. And let me know what date and time you're watching this. It doesn't look like I had a lot more, well, not a lot more, probably several more people watching last night when I did this. But I started on time last night. Well, I think I gave myself 15 minutes because I still can't find those DS 1820, 18B20 temperature probes. Because eventually I would want to set this crazy thing up with temperature probes. Okay. And stretch. Okay, I'm going to go take a look at the soldering and see how bad this really is. Let's get this light right. I may only have one real solder bridge left. But I do have one pin that needs to be soldered. But right here may be my only solder bridge left. So pins. I definitely screwed up these pins. Those are definitely not nowhere near even. And everyone's quiet tonight. Could be that people are not logged into an account, so they cannot chat. It's something. Let's see. I can see concurrent views, chat rate views. I cannot. I cannot. Let's see. Stream health. The stream is healthy. It's been healthy since it started. Okay, great. Yes, I cannot see what type of devices people are logged in. I have normal latency. I have closed captioning. Enable DVR. Enable auto start. And enable auto stop is disabled. So go ahead and add my affiliate links if anyone cares to click on any of those. That would be very helpful. This channel is not monetized. I currently have 837 subscribers, so I'm on my way to the 1,000 subscribers, but I am well off pace to get my 4,000 watch hours. I want to say I'm about 10% there. Like probably a year and a half ago, maybe, yeah, about a year and a half ago, I was about halfway there, and I think I had an equipment breakdown, life got in the way, and it just, I was hoping when they came out with that reduced monetization tier that it would be, everything would be half. The number of subscribers would be half. The number of watch hours would be half. And the number of shorts views would half. So the shorts views went to 30%. Watch views went to 75%. And subscribers went to half. So that happened. And I either have 2 or 3 people watching. Yeah, it looks like 2 people watching right now. That's the only pin that I'm seeing that is not lined up. Okay, I'm going to take a minute to go try to... let's see. That's... What did I put in the garbage bag? Did I throw out? Yeah. Did dump the garbage. I probably should start a new garbage bag, but in the meantime, let's go ahead. And this should be, I think that setting is continuity. Okay. So let's just test to see if anything's shorting out first. Okay. And yes, I know there's better ways to do this. That's the pin that I think. So that pin is working. So that was the pin I was worried about. Ooh, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah. And that's just... yeah, because I can see this overheated over here. I need to get this to stand up somehow. Let's see. Okay. I need to get it to stand up and be like that. Okay. Tangle my leads a little more. Okay, that one's a little worrying. That one's good. That's good. That one looks bent. Not really what I wanted. Let's see. I lost my spot. Okay, so this pin right here doesn't seem to have. Oh, it does. So that one too. Okay. I got that done. And let's see. Yeah, give me a minute. Why? I just want to have. Okay, let's see. What can I do? Put a little denatured alcohol right there. Let that soak up. Turn off the multimeter because I don't need that just yet or right now. Try to clean off. And this one, it's the Pico I actually put under running water. The liquid crystal display, I am not going to do that. So I'm just going to clean it with isopropyl alcohol best I could with a Q-tip. And we'll just let that dry for a while. I am going to say I am done with this soldering iron for tonight. What do you say? Should I solder some more, or should I just call it a night for the soldering? I still want to work on the Arduino. So, and we'll go wash my hand. I will be back shortly. Okay, and I will mute this. Okay, so I found one of these, which I don't know if these even pass through data or if it's just power. For my test right now, I just need power, I assume. Yeah. I did have one of those connectors. I don't even know if this has enough power to... Okay. So it has the connector there. Plug in the connector here. Let's go ahead and put on the terminal. And okay. We'll see if this passes through. Cross your fingers. Okay, got power. That is actually more than I had actually hoped for. So it has power. Does not look like it created a TTY device. But that's... maybe? It's cycling through something. I don't know what's cycling through. I honestly don't care at this point. So... maybe it did create it. It didn't look like it added a device. So let's go ahead and turn this on. Oh, not even on screen. Yeah. Let's see. This pin and that. Whoa! I shorted something out. This pin and this pin should be. Yep. Okay. So this is power. So I should be able to feed power in. Okay. Not that I can use this cable. I still need to find the correct cable. I'll do that in the morning. Let's see. I've been at this. Let's see. I got 12:15. We'll go to like 1:15 and then call it a day. So, in theory, I can plug in power here, and that should give me. I want to line up that pin and that pin. Let me make sure I'm actually doing that. No, I am not. Okay, VN and VSS seem to be lining up. So so VN and VSS have lined up. And that that should be it for now. Yeah, let me take a look at the diagram. Minimize that for just right now until I can see this. So I also have 3 volts here. That was 5 volts. I think that's enough. Well, that was 4 point something. Okay, I have multiple grounds. Well, I have a ground on each. Okay, that's a 5 volt. I'm assuming this 5 volt and VN are relatively tied together. Okay, in the meantime, let's go ahead and this thing can't really do anything with, or I could do stuff with, but not anything that'd be useful. Let's do some power and ground. Yeah, where should I pull power from? I think that pin right there is 5 volts, but can I get this in there? Did I put that in the right hole? No jokes. Well, if you have a joke, put it in the comments. Okay. Okay, so that rail should be 5 volts now. Now, which of these is ground? Should probably put that one in first. Okay, I'm gonna pull this. I don't trust my soldering enough to do this. Okay, pull that out for now. I think the second one is ground. So that pin there should be, that should be ground. The other thing is I don't like that these are separated. I probably should check the continuity to make sure that this is, I'm assuming the blue line going across means the whole thing is a common rail. That would make sense. Okay, so as long as I got those in correctly, I have power, I have ground. Go ahead and put this back in. Can I get to all the data pins? Let me see before I screw this up again. So I don't think I have to get to, VD, but let's go check the data sheet. I think I have the data sheet open. Why do I have caps lock? So, no, I have this data sheet open. I have that. I have that. Is this the data sheet? Yes, this is the data sheet. So VSS V. The frick? VEE? What the frick is VEE? Okay, so that's the LCD. So VS. Don't tell me pin 1. No, pin 1 is not ground. No, pin. Yes, pin 1 is. Oh. Okay, hold on a second. Is it VSS? I thought. Did I screw this up? No, I had. Boy, I was checking the. I did not check the polarity correctly. So V in and ground. And VSS. Let me take a look at this. So okay. So, okay. This may actually work in my favor because this is ground, this is V in. So if I actually, let me get the camera correct. So if I actually move this over 1, then I should be good. So I don't want it to be at the very end. I want it to be 1 pin over, and whoop, that's in the ground. So I have to go up 1. Yeah, this pin right there should be ground. So if I put that in there, I am living dangerously, but then I'm going to check with the loop to make sure. So, okay, VSS is there. VN is to VDD. Move this back out of the way. And back to here. Pin 3 is VEE, which is the contrast control. So if I take that pin and just feed it someplace else, and I need to, so I should just consolidate these boxes. Green seems like a really cool color to do that with. And of course, I'm not, everything I'm grabbing isn't green. I think that's green. Yeah, it looks green to me. Then again, I am kind of exhausted. So that should be the first pin after, so that pin there, and I will just, I don't think it really matters where, but I will feed that into there. Yeah, let's make some room. And then the next pin is register select. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to still feed these into control lines on the Arduino, but I just want to get it so I can get to these pins. So register select should be this pin there, and we will just make that the next pin over. Do I have a, I still need to tie those grounds together. Do I have a ground on 1, 2, 3, 4? 4 up is a ground. Do I have another gray pin cable that I can tie that to ground? Still need to tie power to ground. Tie power to ground. Yeah, that would be a short. Okay, it's 2:15. I've been at this for 2 hours. Do I want to try it for 3? Do I really? No. Will I? Probably. I may just play some video games on stream for a little bit. Okay, so the 4th over. I really need to fix the lighting in my, let's pin 1, 2, 3, 4, and okay, tie that to ground. Let me double check it. I'm not even on. Oh, the video's not even showing up because I moved the camera. Okay, so I still need to pull. Let me fix this camera. So I still need to pull power from there to there. And what size cables do I have to do that? Do I have a red one that's that size? Yep, I think it's the standard one I've used on my other breadboards. Yeah, that's a 556 or 557 timer. So power and power. Okay. Do I want to tie? No, I'm gonna say that ties the ground. I'm not gonna tie the ground in multiple places. So now, what's the next cable I need to connect? So ground, power, logic, and RS read write. Okay, so read write should be the next cable over. And let's see, I've done what? Green, orange. Green, orange, blue, and yellow. Well, let's see. Yeah. Blue will be one of the items, and I will do yellow as the other. And that will pretty much be it for not the data signals, but the control signals. Signals. Okay. Unless I want to try to tie it that way. I think I have enough signals up there that I could do it that way. If I do all the control signals here and then maybe do the data signals on the bottom, do I have enough data pins on the bottom? Is going to be the question. No. So everything is going to need to be tied to the top. My last cheese stick while I think about this. I should probably be thinking out loud. Summarize. That's how it does it. So that should be his email. So it's the third. Don't mind me, just I am looking. Okay, that's his phone number. Rabbi Pie. Phone number. To website. I don't own a personal website. Okay. I don't use Instagram, but I do have his email address now. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. Back. Ah. Nothing's working today. Okay. Responses. Viewing sheet. Sure, that's what I'll do. Don't mind me, I'm just looking up something. Copy. Paste and go. No, I want to do a Google search, not... Give me a minute. Google. Yay, that's what I wanted. And I want to search for an email address. Paste. Go. Turn on. Yeah, whatever. Search. Nope, it did not find that. So back to, okay, so all the data pins I need to, so I have, there's data pin 1. So data pin 13 is there. Data pin 2. Where the F is data pin 1. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ground. Let me take a look at this. Why can't I find it? Yeah, I can't find data 1 and data 0. I found data 13. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I could just tie everything to these 11 pins. Let's see. 14, so D0, where is, so it says there should be a D0 and D13. Where the F is D0? I may be losing my mind. We won't discredit that. So let me go ahead and move this out of the way for right now so I can see all the pins, or more specifically anyone watching can view all the pins. So there really should be a D0 and a D13. have analog ports. According to this, and no major changes in the hardware, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I don't think any of these are, I think this is all UART. That's transmit, that's receive, that's for if you were gonna have the UART separate, or is it called a UART? I am going to go with ChatGPT on this and see if they can put any logic. So this is a Nano. So on an Arduino, I think I spelled that right that time. Nano. Where is pin D0? Does that sound right to you? Does that sound like the right prompt? Enter. I hit enter. Yes. Maybe I need to click no. I think you're just waiting. Okay, there you go. Still thinking. And I'm wondering if it's this laptop is slow, or I don't have a paid subscription to OpenAI for ChatGPT, so I do not have a high priority, whereas people that spend $20 a month have a higher priority. It makes perfect business sense for that to be the case. I'm not even saying it sarcastically. It makes sense. I am getting this for free. If somebody is paying $20, or I think that's the price, or paying more because you get X amount of tokens, but then this happens, and I get the page unresponsive. So I don't know if that's unresponsive because the front end of the ChatGPT interface is buffering and going, oh, we'll just wait instead of sending. Get it again. And just saying, okay, yeah, we're not going to send anything, instead of sending like data saying to show that the connection has installed. But the fact that it's becoming unresponsive leads me to believe that's my system. I'm using roughly 80% of each of my cores. And oh, it went away. Okay, hit the little downer. Okay. On Arduino Nano, D is digital pin 0. Yes, we know that. Which also serves as the RX. Okay, that makes sense. Wait. Was I on the Arduino pin? Okay. Wait. Pin location on Arduino Nano, typically clone layout on the digital pin header row, top side. It'd be the first pin on the left. D1TX. Okay. There's the first pin on the left, right next to D1TX. Okay. Okay, this is not the Arduino site. So let's see. Arduino. Did I spell it correctly? Probably not. Arduino.cc. Let's see, for makers. Yes, I'll classify myself as a maker. I make chaos. How about you? Who here else also makes chaos? If you make chaos, like this video. Okay, yeah. Let's go with documentation. Hardware. Nano family. Yeah, I'll just go with this is the Nano. Sure, I'll go with that. Datasheet. Okay. High performance, low power, 8-bit processor. Okay. That's fine. Achieves up to 18 megabits, 18 MIPS at 16 megahertz. Or 16 MIPS. MIPS is millions of... Let's go down rabbit hole. MIPS wiki. Let's see what MIPS are. Family of reduced... I thought it was a measurement. Speed. Instruction percent. Okay, so IP, and I spelled speed wrong, and it still figured out what I was doing. So each clock cycle, it does an instruction. The standard, what is it, for a processor cycle is retrieve, iterate. It's usually at least 3 clock cycles for each instruction, at least on a processor. Okay, whatever. I'm just going down a rabbit hole on that. What am I looking for? Okay, so 32K and 2K, that's fine. 2K internal SRAM, a kilobyte EEPROM, 18 by 8 working registers, 6 PWM channels, programmable UART, mini B USB connection, sleep modes, idle, ADC, yeah, I'm not going to deal with that, IO 20 digital, 8 analog. That makes me believe that the analog pins can be used as digital pins, which is usually the case, I believe. Language is not English. The board. An Arduino is a First, embedded, micro, blah, 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 security, environment, robotics. Conservative thermal limits for the whole board is minus 40 degrees Celsius or 85 degrees Celsius max, and I don't believe I will get near either of those. So VN looks like it is tied to the 5 volts, so I'm just gonna go with that. Getting started should not be the IDE. It should be learning about the damn board. Okay, let's zoom in on this. So this does say that D1 and RX are digital pins. Okay. And these are also digital pins. These can be D14. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Apparently these two cannot be digital pins. Okay, I am going to pull these out. So VN probably should have a diode, so it only can go one way. It doesn't, and that's fine, at least on this board. Okay, so let's oh, what did I do? Let's go back, pull that up. Let's see. Maybe move this over. What am I moving? I don't even know what I'm moving. That's the terminal. That's not what I wanted to move. I want to move this. Yeah, so I can see the board there. I'm going to make this a little smaller to throw that all the way over here, and then make it bigger. Oops. Nope. Okay, pull that all the way to the side. Pull that. Keep grabbing the wrong element. Pull that right there. Make that full screen. And then get to here and start running pins. So far I have ran ground. So far I've run on the, here I've run ground, VDD, V0, VSS. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now all the pins after that should be all data pins. At least the next 7. And K and X I will not worry about right now. Will I remember where I ran these pins to? Of course not. Am I going to worry about what color I'm using? Of course not. So, let's see. A5. Sound like I'm playing bingo. A7. So A7 is only analog. So let's see. I have ground, reset, and then ground, reset, and then this should be D0. And will it reach? So that's there. Okay, so D. Okay, so that should be D0. It goes in. I'm going to assume that that's in. And then again, I'm not worried about color. I'm worried about distance. So this should be D1. And D, okay, so I need a longer, that's not going to fit. Let's stick that there. That was green. This looks a little longer than green. Drop the remote for my air conditioner. And I'm doing brown and brown. That is asking for trouble. But can I move this? Okay, so I'm doing two browns next to each other. So it's D1, D0 and D1 are connected to, what are they connected to? My brain. So DB1 and D, okay, so I'm actually, now where is, so D2 is up here, because of course it is. What do I have that's that long? I can go from that pin here to just past the ground? Yes, just past the ground. And I can always cut these down if they're too long, but I'd rather not have to. This is probably going to be too long. I am going to get a little creative with this. And this is making the assumption that okay. I think I'm just going to do that with all the oranges. I'm going to say the hell with it. And I'm just going to run all the data pins as orange, and I'm dropping things all over the floor. Yep, I have like 4 of these things I've dropped on the floor. So the next pin is, and I think I'm just going to alternate from this row to that row. Row. And hopefully I don't short anything out. So that's 4 data pins. I am halfway there. Okay. These yellow ones, if I need to get to yellow, I will, but I am going to try to do everything in orange. Just because orange seems to work so well. And again, I could cut these down. Cut these down into pieces. That would be my last resort. So that should be, that one should be D4. So let me see if I dropped any orange ones. I'll pick those up. Oh, it wasn't. It was the diodes I dropped on the floor. So I forgot to put those away. So 1 diode and 2 yellow. Okay. I think that's all I dropped. See, these yellows have a little hook on them. All of them have a little hook on them. Let's see if I can use that to get to the oranges. Finger's not working. Error. 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 Finger's not working. Okay, run this to the top line. And then run it to D5. It should be. This one should be D6. So the I2C was more convenient in this aspect, where I only had to deal with like 6 wires, the 4 I2C, and then the 2 for the, which will probably be the last 2 pins here for the contrast. And to be honest with you, I'll probably find a contrast that works, and then use, what am I going to use? I'm going to use a standard resistor. I'll probably move the potentiometer that I used earlier over, and once I get the value working, I will measure it with said multimeter, or previously said multimeter, and I really need to be doing this during the day because the light in my office at night is horrible. I have a ring light and I got it on Prime Day. Well, not this last Prime, but the previous, and it has already died. Granted, the ring light I have right here, which is a multicolor, blah blah blah. But okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I already at all the data pins? Let me check. Yeah, so I do have all. I may have this thing wired up already. And that still leaves me all these data pins so I can hook up a sensor. Like, this is outstanding. So the last two, I don't need to worry about. I'm assuming this all. Oops. Let's see. So the last two pins are power supply voltage for the LED. So do I just tie that to 5 volts? And then tie that to ground? I really think I'm gonna have to add a potentiometer. So what I am going to do is I'm going to tie it to the top side. And I have too many of these. Yeah, I think I'm going to clean up tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to clean up today. Okay, so this pin, I am going to just tie this to the top, and let's fit in. No, of course not. Okay, so that's tied there, and I'll probably put the potentiometer there. Yeah, because the other one just had it, I think, just tied across with this jumper. And I'm going to throw this jumper in this box because reasons. Now, should I do a smoke test? Probably not. I probably should wait until I am at least partially awake tomorrow. Not that I'm not awake. I'm just exhausted. I'll probably make a lot of bad decisions. because reasons. But I am going to plug this in, and either this is going to short out or that screen should turn on. And I may have to, like I said, jumper that so I get the full color and screen and blah 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 blah. Stay while I plug this in. And of course, okay, that turned on, but the screen did not. So do I have a resistor? I believe this is a resistor. No, that I think is a diode. That looks like a resistor. I don't know what I had it there for, but I will tie that to there. And just because I don't even know what size these resistors are, like I said, I am not making good choices. Okay, nothing is touching. Another smoke test. Okay. Is the screen lit up? I think it may be very dim. Like I can't tell the color, but it may be showing up on. I think this might be overpowering it. Let me cover this. Oh yeah, that's bright. Yeah, so that does look like that is lit up. We are going to unplug this. We are going to grab a jumper. We pull out this resistor and tie this to ground. One over. I don't even know where my tweezers are. Over. Okay. Another smoke test. Is we ready for that? Okay, that's still kind of dim. Trying to block the light from this. I'm trying to see when I plug it in if it. Okay, I'm going to unplug. Now we are going to pull this resistor out and just again, hopefully I don't need a current limited resistor. Hopefully it has its own, because otherwise this is going to make expensive smells. Okay, so this is tied to voltage directly. Smoke test. Yes, and that is very bright. Okay, so I just grab the potentiometer, then measure the resistance, and that sounds like that is going to be a tomorrow project. But everything fits on this board. I think I have everything wired up. I still need to find the correct mini cable. I am going to say if I find the correct mini cable tomorrow, there's always tomorrow. It's only a day away. So, probably not. Well, today is technically Monday, so maybe not Monday night, maybe Tuesday night. I will set up another live stream if I find that cable. So that gives me a day to search for cables. And how does that sound for everybody? And not everyone. Everyone don't chime in at once. Bueller. Okay, I have a bunch of garbage here. I'm going to keep the package for the board. Let's see, what can I do that's... Okay, I'll leave that on the screen. I'll put that on the screen. And I will do cat/dev/urandom and pipe that into lolcat. That's correct? No. Control C. What is it? Thought it was lolcat. Yeah, lolcat. Okay, well, let me just see what urandom. Oh, yeah, urandom. Okay, that's digital. So let's just say random. I did have something set up. Let's see. What can I cat? CD ls cat ff log. No, let me I'm not sure what ff log is, so let me just close that for just a moment. Okay, so pipe. Okay, so that went fine. And I'm just going to leave that running. And once it ends, I'll open it, run it again, because it's just random stuff on the screen. Let's see, what candy do I have? I have Sour Patch Kids. I'm going to have a couple Sour Patch Kids while I just sit here and contemplate. I have 2 people watching that are very quiet. I'm assuming my watch is charged. Let's see, what do I have in dev? I have prime numbers. I have video stuff. I have videos. I have brackets. I have fake language, which, yeah, locksmith. I haven't done that one. What do I have as test stuff? Print stuff. Print stuff 0. Okay, so I think that was the one I wanted to pipe into FileCAD. Yeah, so that just gives a very colorful page of nonsense. Okay, I'm going to stop that. I'm going to go to scene 2. Scene 2 is playing music. Why is this not working? Properties! Properties there, no. I want to. Yes, this is what I want. I want the K, whatever. 1, 2. Selector, window. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do. Share. That. And I'm just going to go with that. And okay, I do have the audio going, and I'm just Okay, so where was I? Oh, that's still going. And let me just finish this. Okay, got about 15 seconds to finish what I was working on. Trying to figure this out. Okay. I still can't find the correct cable. That's going to be, oops, pause that. That is going to be a pain. Because I have pretty much everything wired up, I think. I don't even want to start the sketch. Because I, see. So I could start the sketch. So setup. Oh. So enable equals read write equals register select equals, I think those are all the, yeah, those are the three control lines. So D0 equals D0, D1 equals D2 equals D3 equals, oh wait, hold on, let me, tools, board, what is it? It's a nano, right? So Uno Nano, okay. Not like, it's not going to connect, but at least okay. So let me, how do I set digital pins? Brain fart, brain fart. Whoa, not. Okay, so it should just be, just be 0, and then 1, and then 2, and then 3, maybe. D4 equals 4. D5 equals 5. D6 equals 6. D7 equals 7. Okay. Now let me figure out where I put the enable pin. So the enable pin was pin 6 on the board. Where did I put that? Did I not run? Oh, I haven't run that yet. So don't need my headphones on right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these yellow ones. So this yellow one will go to, what was that, pin E9? Let me pull that up. Why? Yeah, sure. I'll go with E9. Oh, so let's see, how much further do I have to go? This be long enough? No, not even close. I need something. Probably the length of those orange wires again. So I have one right here. Now I want the control wires to be a different color. So I am going to go with yellow, and I could probably get two. So yellow to there, and a little bit more, and cut that there. And will any of these strippers work? I don't think so. I think these are all maybe. Okay, that seems to work. So E, yeah, I'm gonna go, E is going to be D8, right? Yeah, E is going to be D8. And oh yeah, I made that way too long. Okay, so E is going to be 8. Read select B9. Read select should be registered select should be that blue wire. Which should be here. Did I do what I think I did? Yeah, I put that and that in the same. The fick? The fick did I do? Okay, let me take a look to see what the frick I did. Okay, yeah. So I think I have to move all these over. So move this one over. One over. And move this without cutting it. Okay. Move that. Yeah, one over. Okay, so this should work out now. Okay. So let me see if I got this correct. Okay, so that's actually read write I have as 8. Okay, let's fix that. So this is 8. So register select. Let's see. What's the other end of this? I think this other end of this yellow one I should be able to run to. Well, nope, that's a diode. So this one should be able to go to 9. And yes, I am keeping them all the same color because I don't have 11 different colors to go with. So control signals are going to be yellow, at least to the long control signals. So this is going to go to pin 9, I think. Yeah, D9. So that's going to go from D9 to right in here, I think. And that should be, that orange wire should be going to register select. Okay, register select is that orange wire. Okay, so register select is going to, what did I say, pin 9? Pin 9. So register select is pin 9. And enable be pin 10. Let me check that. Okay, D10. Enable, which is this blue wire. If anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, please put them in the comments. I'm going to try to set up a poll in a minute. Not that anyone is on that will respond to a poll, but I've actually, can I set up a poll? Engage with your audience. Start a questionnaire, start a poll. Yes, I will start a poll. Question. Let's see, let's start with something simple. Should I set up a PayPal? Question mark. Start poll. Okay. So anyone go ahead and respond. Well, I put together this enable pin. And by a PayPal, it could be any type of payment processor. Could be buy me a coffee or coffee or. Okay, so everything is set up. And yeah, enable is pin 10. And I think I'm just gonna leave it like that. Almost out of water. Been doing this for 3.5 hours. Someone just texted me wondering why I was still up. Because I am a glutton for punishment. Do you not agree? And apparently I mixed a bunch of texts earlier. Oh, this isn't even showing on the screen. Outstanding. Okay. Set controls signal pins. Set data pins. What else do I need to do? Okay. So now I don't think I'm reading from any of them. So pin mode, I think that's the command, and it's a capital M, isn't it there? Pin mode, and then just so E comma, does the output need to be, so output. Oh yeah, I need to put those things because that's, everything needs a semicolon because it uses, and I did not set the oops, I forgot that. C, enter, Control V, and read write, and register, not res, register select. Okay, and then D0. I wonder if I can compile this just to see if everything compiles correctly without it being hooked up to the board and uploaded. I also need to make a directory to save this to. So 5, 6, 7, that should be all 6. That should be all the data pins. Okay, let me go set a directory. CD. Okay. I keep spelling Arduino wrong. ARDUINO. Okay. Okay, so now I can save this file. Save as. I could have just saved it there. I want to keep it where. I'll just save it with the generic name. Now, verify. He was not declared in this scope. Okay. How do I declare a variable? Int. I have to declare int. Yes, because this follows C. And I should know that. I know C. But you put it in this environment and my brain stops working. I don't know why Arduino did that. And by that I mean, why set it up as a setup function and a loop function? Why not just set it up like every other C program and have a main, and then it's just a given that you have to create a loop? It makes sense. Okay, let's see what else I screwed up. Compiling. Done compiling. Okay. I'm assuming that it just can't find where to upload it. Okay, this should work. Okay. Okay, I'm going to create a new function outside of the loop and call it so it's going to turn a bool if it works, and the function, what am I going to call it? Is everything a global if it's in setup? Maybe. We'll find out. And I'm going to call it setup data. And it's going to take a uint 8 underscore T data, and what I am going to do is I need to make it so I have to do a bitwise operator. Okay, so let's just say D0, which should be the least. I'm going to go with the least most significant bit, equals data and let me see what the bit mask would be. 0. So if it's the least most significant bit, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So that should be each bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, did I do too many bits? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Things are playing tricks on me. 1 bit, 2 bit, 3 bit, 4 bit, 5 bit, 6 bit, 7 bit, 8 bit. Okay. And I'm gonna have to shift it, but let me get the bit mask done correctly first. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Four, 5, 6, 7. So bit 1 is there. Bit 2 is there. Six, and the most significant bit, and that's a 0. So that I still have to shift it, and I have to remember how to do that. So if everything returns good, turn true, and then I just need semicolons. And save it and see if it compiles. See where I messed up. Fuck. So yeah, I will. So will not. Yeah. Do I have to make it global? Okay, so I think this has to be declared there first. Okay. So let's see. Bool pin array equals and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it will be, say, pin array 0, pin, and I'm not going to make it capital. And this really should be data pin array if I was going to really name it correctly. Okay. Wrong bracket. Has anyone seen my video on brackets? I think I did the first one. I never finished the second one. And let's see. Maybe a couple months ago is where I created that video. Let me just finish this and I'll look for that video. Okay. So it's going to be data, comma, bool, data pins. Bool data pins. Data pins 0. Okay, let's save that, and let's see, it should be able to compile up to data to do where? Expected a comma or ... before data pins. Compile. D1, okay. So I would need to send what the data is going to be and the array. That makes sense. Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to anybody? Okay, Control C, Control V. I'm going to still have to close these brackets, but all else fails, Control C, Control V, even if it's not coming from Stack Overflow and it's coming from your own data, your own code. Save. Compile. True not declared. Is it all capitals in Arduino? True. Do I need to include it? Standard bool? Don't remember if you have to do includes with Arduino. It's been a while. Standard bool dot h. True not defined. Let me look that up. Let me just go to ChatGPT and be eternally lazy. Oops. is true defined in the Arduino IDE. Sure, that's what I'll go with. And the typing just stopped. I don't know if everything locked up. If ChatGPT locked up. Maybe ChatGPT locked up. Oh, where was I? Copy link location. This is the brackets video that I made. Okay. So we will get back to that in just a moment. In the meantime, where was that? Can I just click here? Nope. I'll return. I think true is 1. Oh, actually, let me just see. Be funny. Yeah, it's lowercase. Oh? Where the frick did I put that from? Okay, loop has an open and close. Setup has an open and close. Yep. Somehow, somewhere, I added a second bracket there. Let's give that another run. Okay, everything compiled correctly. Still need to bit mask these or bit shift these. Oh, I'm just so exhausted. I got some I don't know if I got it from here, but it looks like I got some more subscribers. Huh. Thank you. Yeah, looks like I got 2 new subscribers. Let's see, 19 times 26 is 494 divided by 60. Okay, make sure that this is saved. Upload, and it's not going to find it. Serial port not selected. Tools. Auto format. Archive sketch, fix, encode and reload it, and manage libraries. What libraries? Okay, that just opened something weird up. Okay, don't need Firefox running. Copy. I may have just locked this up. Okay. Oh, no, there it finally loaded. What am I gonna do? A search for. Wait, I can't search. Oh, it's still updating. Because I am gonna need the one wire. I am gonna use the. Maybe the Arduino, I'll use the humidity sensor. Okay. Search one wire. Yep. This is what pins up the CPU, is me searching for an Arduino library. So one wire, and it's just locked up. One wire hub, okay. Sure, I will install. Updating list, installing of installed libraries. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, close. So I don't think I need to include standard bool because I didn't need to install standard int. I think I just so let's go ahead and save this, compile. Okay, it compiled. Okay, so inside loop we are gonna call setup data. I'm just gonna say 45 and pin array. So is it declared within this function? And compile. If it's pin array not declared within the scope. What the because I don't want to run every time through the loop. Okay, let's do something crazy. And we are going to cut that, paste it there, and see if it'll work because it's declared a global. Why did it do that? Wait, what the fuck did I do? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Edit, undo. Where the did I lose that function? That's the function. Okay, edit, undo. Frick, how the hell did I do that? Undo. Okay. So that's good. Want that there. I'm going to take just this line and cut it. That is still there. And then paste it and run. Okay, that is what I need to do. So all that needs to be declared. So what's the fuck is it? Yeah, I'm gonna leave these as ints, even though bool is for a single data pin. Bool is more. I'll make a video of that maybe. Everyone just likes int because it's nice and warm and fuzzy and no. Done compiling. Okay. Save it. Okay, once I can get that connected, I should be fine. Okay, so I've been at this for 4 hours. I think I am going to declare this done. Yeah. I don't really have anyone on here, so no one really voted. I think I got one vote on the poll. Thank you anyone voting on whoever voted on the poll. and I should set up a PayPal. I'll figure out that later on. And I'll get this working. So thank you for watching this video. You have a great day. And goodbye.